Can you hear me now? Testing, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's on. Okay, that's good. So I don't know why it wasn't working before then. Because, yeah, I had it on the whole time. Anyway, let's see. The defense's rebuttal. He was left behind evidence and seen books of his. Direct hit? Good, how's the case going? Well, just started this part of it, but, there was in case you, I don't know if you were here at the end of the last stream, but we found out that, the fourth book at the scene of the crime is possibly the book that went missing from, let me say the last name again, just a sec. From the Garadeb's household at the time the crime happened. Anyway, let's see. It was only a little book, hardly life threatening even with a direct hit. What are you talking about, a direct hit? I don't want to press her statement. Hang on a minute.
Hold it!
But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not? The flames of love, I'll have you know. No, it... There's really no such thing as a love and incendiary bomb. Well, he brought it upon himself! It's playing with fire to betray a fiery love! Except he didn't betray you. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree? Oh, well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Mrs. Garadeb. Never you mind that! The point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more! I won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime! Right, well, we'll see about that. But what about juror number 5? He doesn't seem to be turned a hair at Mrs. Garadeb's relentless onslaughts. It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is! The reception for Twitch seems to be spotty where I am right now. Oh, I see. Well, sorry to hear that. Hopefully it gets cleared up, or whatever's wrong. Anyway. Well, let's start over and... press the others. Accused of evidence behind the scene, didn't he? Those 2 books of his.
Hold it!
Yes, I hope it... But as we know now, there were 4 books, not 3. Well, what difference does it make? There's every possibility the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord. Yes, that's the part I have a problem with. I hope it rapidly repairs reception. Really? Yeah. I hope so too. Okay, come on. It's gonna start acting up for me now. Not necessarily from the streaming end, but from the viewing end. Sorry? Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said. That's not exactly how I put it, no. Well, anyway, The point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened.
I think that's what you call a strong alibi.
So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the nip on the East fella. Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver is about. It's a done deal, isn't it? I suppose it is, since I've nothing witty left to say.
Hold it!
So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean?
Oh my, such delight on your face. But I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I'm a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman.
That's great.
If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So I read them in the first place. You see, modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say?
And not at all extreme.
As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So, despite one or two minor pessimists, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say?
Overwhelmingly.
But us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know. So I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one.
I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could.
Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady.
Right. I'm glad you omitted rational there. Me too, actually. If another woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window is closed, can it? But was it closed is the problem.
Hold it!
But what about the possibility that the window was open? Yeah, there you go. What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. How can you be so sure? The prosecutor, fellow over there, said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, see? But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you? It just wasn't there when they wouldn't have opened it. Then what's the point in even having windows, huh? Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering! Oh, sorry. Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window is open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise. Okay, I already pressed her statement, so let's move on to number 5.
Hold it!
You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. Well, him and me both then, like I said before. What? I told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some readies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. What? You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess around, you know. She can be fierce, believe you me. Another shining example of marital bliss, then. A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, Yes? Do you know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember. Great. Sorry? It was too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out. Helpful.
I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into the Thames by a scarf.
Don't even go there, Miss Susato. There must be some way to jog his memory about this. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. Gave me the sneezes.
Hold it!
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Sorry, what's that? You'll have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about that fire? It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on the top, it did. What a sight to behold it was. You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship? Wait, what? Okay, fine. Guess this was a new concept to Japanese back then. Of course not! It was an angel cake! To celebrate my birthday, obviously! I prefer to use dynamite! Welcome to the stream, Dragoon. How you doing tonight?
It seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo.
Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold? But how'd you catch a cold from a fire? What a fiasco it was! The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames.
Just got done with Bravely Default 2. Stupid side quest boss 1 turn killed me. Yikes. Probably not gonna try that again then, are ya?
And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it.
Uh-huh.
The windows. Nope, okay. The body winter air rushed over me like the devil danced on my grave, it did. I caught a terrible cold from it. It put me in the hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. I knew it was devil worship all along. But something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason.
We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street. As well as how he, or she, could have done it.
Yes, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary.
I think you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation.
Yes. I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions. Just a connection might do the trick. Alright, I'll see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike.
That's the spirit!
Okay, let me read these statements again. Ah, here we go. Well, let's see if I'm right about this.
Objection!
Alright, there we go. These two juror statements clearly contradict one another. They do? How exactly, counsel? Don't point to me again. I told you it wasn't me. What's that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up. Juror number 3, do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Do you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh! Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garadeb household. And Mr. Garadeb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke. Oh, my heart! Hello?
Excuse me.
Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Once she gets all her tea down, apparently. Mrs. Garadeb! Oh, dearie me! What does it mean in this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. Oh, what is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? Why, I beg your pardon. What are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? Oh, all right then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window. Which can't have been easy, since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. Even though your house was on fire? Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It'd be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Of course. I should have realized.
That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have that added to Miss Garadeb's formal statement.
Now you mention it, yes, the window was open at the time. I'd clean forgotten, but it's true. Okay. Let's see. Well, actually, let's try pressing the statement first.
Hold it!
The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garadeb told us he had been reading. Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading? I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I held it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you excellent little man! I didn't remember! At times like this, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on as well, you know. I really don't. I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it. Hello?
Excuse me.
What is it, juror number 5? You know something? I've I've remembered what it was. That memory I'd blocked out. Ah. It was listening to what this granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back.
Who you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Gerdab, or the maid, I'll have you know.
The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home from after work, like. I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I had just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. Yikes. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost a day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck in the wall next to me, it did. About an inch deep. No words, just terror. I could smell it then, you know, that god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up face down on the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it.
Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined.
Fair enough, but that's not the point right now. No, I wasn't thinking that.
Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like.
What? Attack? Who are you going to attack?
Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think.
Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later. If I dare. A woman in a rage will hurl almost anything at you. The kitchen knife really brought that home to me. Says the lady who kicks your ass by judo tossing you on the regular. Yep. I guess I should go ahead and press this statement some more.
Hold it!
Your wife really threw a kitchen knife at you? That's right. She was chopping meat with it. Had a tidy edge on it, believe me. This is almost... You know... This is almost starting to sound like a scenario from Cell Block Tango to me. Anyway. Still, it's all memories, isn't it? It started with that smile she threw me when we were courting. And since then, the list of things she's thrown at me has grown along with our relationship. There was a cup, then a glass, then a pot, a kettle, a chair, a wardrobe, a cooker, a bathtub. I think we need to get a look at this wife of his. Your wife must be even beefier than you. Yeah, exactly. And things came to a head last week when she threw me right into the Thames. Still, she's not so bad when she's calmed down. She's a little sweetheart, really. I'm so happy for you. If you want to know what I think... What the fudge kind of color is that? Anyway, I think this whole idea of ladies first that we're so obsessed with in this country was thought up by some clever lads who'd been tossed into the Thames a few too many times by their wives. Possibly. That's a very interesting theory.
What a terrible thought.
On the face of it, this juror's statement just sounds like a really extreme anecdote. but I think it might turn out to be an extremely powerful weapon. A weapon I might be able to use to make the jurors accept an alternative explanation here. Okay. I imagine a Super Mario 2 clean overhead lift. Yep. Okay, let's see. Well, okay. So we probably want to bring that up with juror number 2 then. Would be my guess. If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection. Judo toss on the regular, don't kink shame. Oh, we're not. No kink shame in here, just pointing out facts. Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? You mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel. Oh, wait, what? Hold up a minute. Oh, okay. You mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once. Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative?
Oh my, whatever do you mean?
An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? You demonstrate that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garadeb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garadeb household to the street below. Hey, what's that now? After all, Mrs. Garadeb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? I begin to think that, ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala! Anyway, as the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garadeb household to the scene of the crime was... I assume this is what we're getting at.
Take that!
Juror number 4, Mrs. Garadeb.
What? What now?
I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Good Lord, counsel! What on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was launched into the victim's back, man! My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garadeb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. You can't seriously believe that! The book was found in the victim's grasp!
I just say that it flew out of the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand.
Oh, even my missus hasn't got a name like that. Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why We must not allow this trial to end. Not right now.
Oh my.
Oh! Mrs. Garrett, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not?
Oh,
Ah! That happened. My lord!
Oh, my lord, I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all.
Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman? I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, mind.
Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy with about this at the moment either.
All together now, ladies and gents. So everyone but Mrs. Garrideb and then juror number 6. All right, all together now, ladies and gents. We did it.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo!
So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty, against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided, and this trial will continue. Now then, Lord Von Zeeks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed?
This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Like a quart of wine, the first sips are bitter enough. But what follows is so repugnant is good for nothing save the gutter.
If I may, Lord Von Zeeks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened.
Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourselves with the relative positions of those places being discussed.
What do you mean by that?
What's his angle this time? It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garrett household runs a rather wide street, by a road. Which means that the defense from the Garrett's house to the scene is some, yes, 15 yards.
Van Zeeks, what does a man?
Let me see. 15 yards. That's around 14 meters.
14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I'd imagined.
And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury, rightly noted as having portentous significance. The 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book, once only held by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Yeah, I have doubts about that. You thought you'll find a conclusion, my learned and deluded friend. Indeed, the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to the plunge
into the middle of the victim's back. This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. Ah! There's nothing I can say to that.
That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice.
Mrs. Otto.
Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he!
Maybe let's pick our battles here.
My lord, may I be allowed to speak?
As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense, yes. Go ahead.
The prosecution may consider the idea of fantasy. Oh, hey, Gamer House! Thanks for the stream. How you doing? Thanks for the raid. How you doing tonight? Hello, Evil Nice Guy. Glad you could join us. I assume you joined in from the raid. But yeah, thanks for the raid. Yeah, we raided. Yeah, I saw, and I appreciate it. I'm glad. Thanks. Hello to everyone that joined in the raid tonight. As you can see, I'm Luna Keyblade. And we're currently playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We are on the 4th trial. Ace's classic. Yeah, I'm enjoying it so far. Definitely, I remember playing Ace on DS. Oh, okay. I'll admit I'm not the best at this game, so if you see me mess up quite a bit, I apologize in advance. But although so far tonight I've been pretty spot on with my answers, so let's hope I can keep that up. Test your detective skills. It's alright, test your detective skills. Yep, that's pretty much what I'm doing. Let's see. Anyway, the prosecution may consider the idea of fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, Suzato? I like Vaughn. Oh yeah, his design definitely looks cool, I won't argue that. As for his character, still kind of on the fence at the moment. Don't really have an opinion one way or the other right now. Juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination.
Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror? Well, I'm sure she'll give us more information than those two. In fact, I'd forgotten they were still there. That policeman and his wife. Order! 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 Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
How many bottles of wine has he gone through that way now? And done necessary. Lord Von Zeeks? There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have been thrown through the sky before this couple's eyes. We must assume that they would be able to testify accordingly. Oh, those two. Oh boy. Yep. Like I said, I've kind of forgotten they were here until just now. What say you, witnesses? Yes, sir! Constable Rolly Beat reported for duty, sir! Well... Good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing until now, sir! I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir! A month? In that case, Patricia, stop pulling on the poor man's scarf! Gosh dang it! A villain, though, huh?
Oh. Oh, they're so heroic, these London bobbies.
My darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more.
Oh, Roller, my hero. You make me swoon.
Very well. I hereby reject the defense's request.
Oh.
And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith, before the court, any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events. Was Rolly even awake enough to hear what we said just now? Yes, sir! Constable Beats report. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Gardeb. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir! The windows on the top floor of the Gardeb house are top-hinged casements. Meaning what?
Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir! Nothing strange to report on that front, sir! Well, this is quite startling. Top-hinged casement windows. Again, what does that even mean? That detail was not in the police report, Constable. Oh, yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir! Sorry, but... What exactly is a top-hinged casement window? Thank you. That's what I need to know. And you. You cannot excuse your ignorance of such trite remarks, my learned friend. No, we actually want to know. Of course. Sorry.
I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Gardeb's room.
Alright, I'll try.
Oh, okay. Now I see what they mean. So, the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house.
Oh, okay.
But as a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see.
I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its the metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents an opening? This is all news to me. Absolutely correct, sir! In other words, if a book or knife would have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. No. You see the problem then. Good. Your education of Windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we discounted already. That can't be!
Did you see that, Roly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony.
Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me. Sure. Whatever.
Oh, Roly, you're so strong.
How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. My lord. Oh good, another desperate situation. Okay.
Hold it!
How can you say that for certain? Very good question, sir. And the answer is this. Is what now? Their precious moments' eyes are very distinct. Yep. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us police of our sworn duty.
He showed us that before, didn't he?
Did he? I can't say I remember. To patrol the streets of London town and oppose the peace of the common man. It's what this job's all about. And that is why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes, admittedly. Sir!
Oh, Roly, you're so manly.
Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Roly.
No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb? Ah, I see, sir! You should have said so earlier, sir! Yes, well, so could you answer the question? That was a waste of time then. Absolutely, sir! I will answer to the fullest of my ability, sir! There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's domestic dispute can't be related to this case. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing. Yes? I'd very much like that you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London... Okay, hang on. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we oppose our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. Pat Rowley? Oh, okay. Yeah. That makes sense. So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you, I'll try. Constable Beats' warrant card has been entered into the court record. I'll be right back, so just give me a moment. Okay, I'm back. In just a sec. Okay, and Soup says, Rolly really sheds tears when he sees his paycheck. Same, Rolly, same. Yeah, I can only imagine. Anyway, Constable Beat's warrant card has been entered into the court record. A small folding wallet that identifies Lyndon Bobbies and contains the rules of conduct to which they must adhere. Well, let's go and take a look at that real quick. Item number 1. A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. Item number 2. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Wait, what? Principles of policing, okay. Metropolitan Police Regulations. Item number 1. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. Item number 2. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Okay. You say you saw the windows on the top floor? Let me read the rest of these before I decide to press them. So you saw the windows on? BRB getting milk. Alright, see you in a bit, Dragoon. Okay, let me go ahead and do some more. Let me go ahead and press these other statements.
Hold it!
By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct? Yes, sir! They're just there to let a bit of air through the house, you see. So they're restricted as to how much they open. And therefore anything thrown out the window from inside the room must simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where objects would have fallen. Yes, directly opposite the scene of the crime, on the other side of the rather wide road. Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top-hinged casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And what would that be, sir? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house is furnished with? Oh, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday. Pardon me?
Excuse me!
Do you have something to add, Mrs. Beat?
Sorry.
You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that?
Oh, I was just remembering. That's all. We really were so lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean?
Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see.
Oh, I hadn't realized.
Oh yes, that street by a road. That's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love?
Constable Beat!
Yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garda Puzzle yesterday. The house is on my beat, you see, sir.
That really was kinda close then.
Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garda household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well?
Outside Mr. Gertup's house? Yes, Mom. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that.
Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby after all.
Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners.
Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rowley for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling?
That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record.
Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately. The case file's information has been updated in the court records. Incident report. Details. Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back, blah 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 blah. Victim, olive green, female, stout build, early 20s. Location, pavement of Briar Road, east side. Reporting officer, Rowley Beat. Additional notes. The victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Rowley doesn't seem like tirelessly working and more tired working. Yep. Apart from the single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injuries were observed. The assailant was seen run away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. What was updated exactly? I don't remember what this looked like before. And now it's my turn, I think. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it.
Hold it!
But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark.
Oh, but Rowley and I were stood along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star.
Sorry?
The star that will guide us to eternal happiness.
Can't it guide you to answer the question? If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star.
And if I had seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Rowley be an inspector, I would have said. 3 times at least.
Of course, what with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars. Oh, really? In short, you're trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you. Yes, sir! That is correct, sir! As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir! It certainly seems like they're telling the truth.
And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her.
Hold it!
Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer. Is that right?
That's right, yes. If it had been on Rowley's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course.
Don't feel bad, my love. Can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat.
So, Rowley told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost on the way.
Welcome back, Dragoon. Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Okay, whatever floats your boat, buddy. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rowley!
Oh, please.
So, I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But, like I said, my Rowley was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed.
I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir! Hang on, man, let me check something again. Policeman will start.
Hold it!
Nothing to report. That's correct, sir! I had my eyes wide open the entire time, never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on the yard's honor, sir! Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir! Strange, sir! Seems altogether regular to me. This burnt copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Garrideb household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well? Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir! That book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene! Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them.
Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir?
Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
You're doubtless, aren't you? I can tell.
What? I wasn't really... I mean, what's she doing?
Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable.
What? What is she getting at with this?
You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am.
I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you.
No excuses, I don't want to hear it. My voice would be heard! My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you?
What is with this woman? Yes, Mrs. Beat, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. That was a very loud mutter.
I heard that! That Japanese man thinks a police wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I think you might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't.
Oh, hey, I got another raid from Sylveon. Thanks to the raid, Sylveon. How you doing tonight? And welcome to everyone that joined in with the raid tonight. As you can see, I'm Linda Keyblade, and we're currently playing the Greatest Eternity Chronicles. We are currently on the fourth case of the game, which, as you can see, we're dealing with some pretty interesting characters right now. Although that's probably par for the course for this series, but still. I was about to lose my mod for the night, so I ended early. Oh, okay. What were you playing tonight, Sylveon? More Metal Gear Solid 5, or were you playing something else? Yeah, okay, you were playing Metal Gear Solid 5, okay. Well, how you doing? Are you still enjoying it? Yes, that's good. Glad to hear it. Duly noted, Mrs. Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue.
What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? I know what I saw, but eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though.
Mrs. Beat, nobody is questioning what you've told us.
I saw it, I did. That evening, I saw it clearly. That little eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curled back sneaking away from the scene.
Holy crap, 2 raids! Yeah, I know, right? And yeah, thanks to the raid, Sylveon. I appreciate it.
That it is.
Oh yeah, I already read this.
And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying to the sky.
All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction. Just doing my part to help out other streamers. I appreciate it. I definitely appreciate it, Sylveon. And yeah. Ban the bot. Yeah, will do. Let's see. Okay, got that taken care of. Manage suspicious user. What does that mean? Anyway, got that taken care of. Let's see.
Oh, yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I made arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so cross.
Oh, buddy, you okay? Anyway.
Excuse me.
Sorry about that, I also reported them. No problem, Soup, I appreciate it. Constable Beat, is there a problem? Bet he's about to pass out on us. What do you guys think? Think he's about to pass out on us? Wouldn't be surprised at this point. Oh, no, sir. No problem, sir. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was remembering that the same thing happened that evening is all. You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over for mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15.
Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. But the reason I was gone so long was because of the bouquet, silly.
The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about?
Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds.
Wow, I think you may be right about him crying when he sees his paycheck, Soup. I reported them too? Alright, thanks, Sylveon. Yay, teamwork, yep. Yes, how romantic.
I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling?
Oh! Oh yes. But that was just between us. No talking about anyone else, darling. You have to promise.
Really? Really? Oh.
Little late for that. What was that all about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange.
I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet.
Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about your testimony, please.
Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to.
You have a problem?
What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
Hold it!
You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime?
Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset.
Okay. Anyway.
When he ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first.
And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on?
Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
case you need reminding, Mrs. Beat. The victim is not deceased. Is that what she said? Oh, well, okay.
I was so flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road.
Your husband, presumably?
That's right. Silly me, I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although, I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think how it got there. I really can't.
So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. Curious indeed.
Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rosie bought me, with that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting.
By bouquet, do you perhaps mean the sorry solitary rose? Oh, come on, dude. First off, how long have you known about that? Second, why are you just now telling us about it? Well, okay, those are really the same question. My second question is, why... Oh, never mind.
Oh! Yes, that's it. That's the bouquet Rowley bought me for anniversary, with those bits of change he found in the gutter.
I feel like he has to be asleep. He has to stay asleep while she's doing it. That's the only reason he's putting up with this. Maybe just call it a rose. Tell us, Lord Van Zeeks, where'd you come by the flower? Updated botanist report? Yep. According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garridub household. In front of the Garridub's house? Although it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Could I have it back now, please?
Probably not. Probably gonna be considered evidence now. No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence.
Oh.
The anniversary bouquet has been entered in the court record. A present for Patricia Beat from her husband Rolly. The shock of seeing the stabbed victim caused Mrs. Beat to drop the rose where she stood.
But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back out of the child! Do you hear me? I want it back!
Good grief! Rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget, Mrs. Beat.
Hold it!
Nothing to report. How could she see the stabbed victim from across the road as she dropped the bouquet after finding out the victim was stabbed? How could she see? True. That is true. That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time, sir. Never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I can swear that on the odds honor, sir! Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir! Strange, sir! I already read this one. yes. The whole idea of an invisible attacker has been troubling me all along. But I believe I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened here now. The fourth book that had no business being the scene of the crime made me sure that Mrs. Garrett was hiding something from us. But it's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something from us as well. I think I may already be armed with everything I need to strike a decisive blow here. This time, it's going to expose the whole truth about this mysterious affair. Rinosuke complex math equations JPEG. Let's see if anything of it. Pavement where the victim was found lies just outside Constable Beats Beat, the border of which runs down the middle of Briar Road. Well, now I'm a little confused again. Let's see. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm starting to get stuck because I don't know what's going on here. I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for a moment, sir. Wait, it says Rolly's beat, but there had to have been another officer if he was out off patrol. Yeah, and it was also pointed out that, if I'm remembering right, let me check the history again to make sure I'm right about what I'm thinking. Shoot, I hope I didn't lose it now. Because it's been a little while since they said it. It's found on the... Yeah, crap, I lost it now. It's too far back. Anyway, what I'm remembering is that they said that the place where the body was found was not on his beat. That it was that his beat ended just on the pavement across the street from that, I think. Like I said, I can't bring that up now. It's already disappeared from the record, but from the log, but from the history is what I'm trying to say. But I seem to remember they said something like that. And well, in regards to the other officer, Patricia said she went to go find another police box to report the crime to an officer whose beat this was on. The crime scene was on. Let's see. I didn't do my What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while. Shock of scene is done. Many crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Not quite sure what I'm supposed to do here now. I didn't seem to go and fetch help, and my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. Let me see if I can get that information again. Let's see. May have been this one. Let me try the... Boy, does this feel like my job sometimes. In what way, Soup? Let me press this statement again. If there was no light, how could they have seen if something had or hadn't been thrown from the window? The story, not the stream itself. Yeah, I figured... I figured you meant the story, but I'm curious on what you mean by that. How can you say that for certain? A very good... Well, when the first shift employees are about to go home, sometimes they kinda, sorta, deal with their problems in a unique way. Oh, okay.
Hold it! Excuse me.
So, okay, see, I remembered right. We were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see. That's Street Briar Road, that's bound. I guess so, Soup, because I still can't quite figure out what I'm supposed to do here. Let's see if something anything done. I hate that I have to ask, though. I was doing well up to this point. So if Rolly is as observant as he says, there shouldn't have been anything he missed, right? Presumably, yeah. Didn't take my eye off the cards for one moment, certain nothing.
treatment for the victim was found lies just outside. Pigment.
Like anything lost, for example? Right.
Didn't take my...
Wait a minute.
Sure.
Still don't get it. Okay. I don't know what to do.
Didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing.
I think I may be onto something here, but just in case.
Objection!
Okay, nope, it wasn't that. Let's see if he... Okay, let's reveal what we know about Rolly Beat, okay? But yeah, sorry I'm so bad at this. We know he is a young Bobby, yes. He made a big to-do about his knowledge of requirements of his job, right? He is very madly in love with his wife, right? So if he is looking at an unchanged crime scene, he should know where something important to her is, correct? Right. Still don't know. Like I said, I'm sorry I'm this bad at this game. Some sexist... Okay. Um, Sylveon says, you should have seen me trying to play Ace Attorney 1. Oh, really? Anyway, and then Soup asks, how did you come upon your most recent evidence? She said she dropped the rose, but it was somewhere that wasn't. It was somewhere that you saw the victim. Take my eye off the crime scene for 1 minute. Another strange report on that front. But yeah, concerning your statement, Reen, it's kind of hard to be saying that when the game's not even out yet, is it? Forspoken isn't even out yet, is it? If he didn't take his eyes off the scene, then how did the bouquet get moved? Oh, okay, gotcha. Well, that's actually what I was leaning toward, but I couldn't piece together how it would have been connected. Well, here we go.
Objection.
You claim, Constable Beat, there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be. As proven just now. But yeah, when is Forspoken supposed to come out again? It's been a while since I've heard anything about it, I think, so I don't even remember. Excuse me, I don't even remember when it's being released.
Well, what do you mean to say?
In October, okay. So yeah, see, it's gonna be months before it comes out, and like I said, I don't think we've even... Have we heard any new information about it recently? Beyond what... I guess, the last I've heard anything about it, I think, was from the reveal trailer. If anything's been released since then, I haven't heard about it. At least not as far as I can remember. Anyway, let's continue.
What do you mean to say?
In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby. Okay, I must have misunderstood something there. Anyway.
Objection.
Yes, on the opposite side of the Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described. Wow. I think we can see why this guy doesn't have a girlfriend. Anyway! No doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs. Yikes.
Mika?
Objection.
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact?
No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Riley didn't mention it, I'm sure.
Vampires don't date, they convert. Fair enough. That's a fair argument. Tell that to Vampire the Masquerade. Well, I'll admit I don't know anything about that, Sylveon. No, because sadly it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way round. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Miss Speed's bouquet, there's Mr. Gyarados' book. Which I tried to bring up earlier. Well... Mr. Gyarados' copy of the Lion's Pride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here, on the west side of the street. And yet... Gangrel, the real MVP. Okay. It was actually found here on the opposite side of the road, in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet... I'm more Machiavellian? Oh, okay. Should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact... it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road, in front of Mr. and Mrs. Gyarados' house. There's no logical explanation for those things. Unless someone deliberately moved them! Gangrel, I was thinking the faction, the Brood from WWE.
What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong.
Yeah, Reen, did you hear my question about any more information about that game? Because like I said, I can't remember there being any more information about it since the reveal trailer. Same person, he got permission. Oh, okay.
The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong.
Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says! What's it on about books and bouquets? Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is! Oh good, Mrs. Gyarados come round. You might call it nitpicking, Miss Gyarados, but deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering with evidence? I don't know. Okay, yep.
Tampering, Mr. Naruhodo.
But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it. For a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering? You barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend. Who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. Okay. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? Actually, wait a minute. No, they're talking about who tampered with the scene of the crime. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? So you have a 50-50 shot, honestly. Right. Sadly, I only have 2 chances left, also. You're saying responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime. Let me see if I can... The person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it for very subtle but compelling reason. Patricia, who saw the scene and went to get help, and Rolly, who was there alone for 15 minutes. Oh, right. Gosh, I felt like this guy couldn't stay awake long enough to do anything. Anyway. To do anything like that, but okay, here we go. Patricia, who saw the scene and went to get help, and Rolly, who was there alone for 15 minutes. Alright, well, like you said, it's 50-50.
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly Beat, it was you! What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London.
Well, as Sue pointed out, more like he works tired. Anyway, Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
You said you saw him run away, though.
Objection!
If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Ah, well...
Objection!
First, you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and then you incriminate the policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there's only one reason anyone who commits such a reckless crime: to hide something.
That's right, he's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense.
You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Constable, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. No motive? That's rich. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the victim fell? Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What?
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It is right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What?
I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel.
If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know my Nippon sent.
Well, you're proposing that the crime actually took place that evening. Well, I hope I don't have to get an exact spot.
Take that!
But that's...
On the opposite side of the road? I don't understand.
On the evening in question, Mr. Garridez's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself! Good gracious!
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right, I saw it with my own eyes.
Okay, I'm gonna say right now, I'm sorry that I can't keep my voice or Van Zeke straight. Anyway. It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was a typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid. That was actually on the west side of Briar Road.
No, that's not true. It can't have been.
Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print. The victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. Extraordinary! But the constable overlooked one thing.
What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume. Exactly.
The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zeke said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position, on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond, Constable Rowley Beat? Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? What? Oh my gosh.
Oh, Rowley. It isn't true, is it? What that lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know.
I had a dream, a terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed. Oh my gosh, is this going where I think it might be? Only, it seems... it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly! Order! 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 What on earth is the meaning of all this?
Oh, Rowley, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it?
Wishing the victim dead should be one too. Oh, right. She said earlier she thought the She thought... Okay, never mind. Anyway, Constable, explain yourself! Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London Town.
I can't say, sir.
What?
I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation. For everything.
I have a possible explanation for why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. Oh... I think I may understand now. Anyway, let me see if... I'm gonna keep quiet for now, though.
What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of Scotland Yard policeman.
And yet, Lord Van Zeeks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far.
Yeah, I think there's a reason why Van Zeeks wouldn't have been able to figure it out. Anyway,
if I'm right, if what I'm thinking is right, I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence. Great.
At once, my lord. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions.
What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions?
What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions? Well, here goes nothing.
Take that!
I realized I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan. Which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learnt that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example.
Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly.
But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special.
Special? How?
Oh, okay, I get it now. I think I get it now. On account of this bouquet, my lord. Oh, yes. It was our very first wedding anniversary. Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal, when he as Mrs. Beat stumbles upon a crime along by a road. When he saw...
Okay, who's talking here? Is it Van Zeeks or Renosuke?
When he saw that shadowy I'll say it's Van Zeeks.
when he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them. What must have gone through the man's... Okay, no, I think this is Nurinosuke. What must have gone through the man's mind? But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I want to show my wife, dear wife, how much I care. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beat. Is that, or is that not, the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said, it's all right. So that's it, It was all to do with the boundary of your beat.
Oh!
Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you've done? It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat! The criminal could still be looking somewhere! As we went over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, the policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Right. Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Meerschaum Street and then... Well, I'm still right in that Van Zieks couldn't have understood this. Or wouldn't have known enough about the matter to even think of this. Anyway, continuing. Oh! I'm... Oh, gosh dang it. Don't make me feel bad for him now. Okay, I guess I kinda already did, but still. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, Constable.
I just wanted... just that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner.
Oh, really?
Just that one night. You knew if the incident was on your beat, your evening, the celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care. You see, I thought
Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rowley would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
Oh, I see your meaning now.
But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat. Oh no, Rowley! That was all my fault! I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rowley.
And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total?
4 it was. Yes, sir. Definitely 4. 3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garradeb household, of course.
But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean.
Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it.
Wait, what? Oh. Yeah, okay.
How you found it? What do you mean? When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding?
Oh. It was dark there, so he probably wouldn't have been able to tell which book it was.
Oh yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir.
Interesting. The 4th book's information has been updated in the court record. It goes to show you all work and no play makes Jack forge a crime.
Yup!
That's what I was thinking. Anyway, let's see. A book entitled The Lion's Pride that was in the victim's hand when Mrs. Beat first ran over to see what had happened. So he's sure it was this book, even though it was in a poorly lit area of the street. So that means one of two things. Either it wasn't the right book, or the victim spotted the book and stopped to pick it up.
I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only the 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it.
We have now witnessed the timeless human act, buck passing. Yep.
My lord. Yes, Lord Von Zeeks? I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw.
Yes, sir!
Wow, he got his energy back all of a sudden.
Mr. Prosecutor, sir, what would become of my Rowley? What will happen to him?
For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please, don't punish my husband. This is all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired.
All right then, my love.
One last thing, Constable.
Sir!
Let this be a lesson to you. in a criminal investigation. Every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. I guess that is a lesson he needs to learn. He's still very much new to the job, pretty much. Yes, sir. Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime. Ah! Never again, sir? You mean to say... Leave. Now. This child is not yet over. Oh? Is this a little soft spot I'm seeing in Van Zieks? Or a soft side, rather? Sir! Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of for a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Soseski Natsume, is the only person who could possibly have committed this crime.
Objection!
No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back.
Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already.
Lord Von Zieks, is this true? Very well. Name the person, if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. You will name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime. Oh, wait.
Take that!
Van Zieks just tried to bluff out Renosuke. Yep. The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again? My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case. It's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb.
Me? Me? How dare me?
Objection!
That request has already been denied.
Objection!
But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garadeb, answer me this.
What do you want now, you little toad?
At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garadeb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited, and to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road.
Well, what of it?
Toad Nosuke! You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon the striking of the pane of the open top-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident.
Yes, and as I said, what of it?
During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garadeb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before?
Ah! I don't recall it.
Seriously?
Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband?
You could remember if you at least owned a knife that looked like that, even if you don't remember throwing it.
And anyway, the man over there and all that regalia said members of the jury didn't testify, didn't he?
conveniently, yes.
Objection!
Objection to who now? Oh. Okay. Said the poker face scolder. No, I have no recollection of saying that at all. Juror number 4. Oh! Make no mistake, your jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madame, let the truth come out. But this is a common or garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing. Well, I think someone just shot herself in the foot. How would you expect me to know? What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying? Please, Mrs. Garrett. Now you listen to me! I refuse to believe all this nonsense! I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone! Do you hear? I couldn't bear it! Oh, the poor woman. So, yes, I want evidence! I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault! You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife if that's what you think! Come along now, chop chop! Do your worst! How am I supposed to prove that? Well, Mr. Naruhodo? If I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, sir! Oh! The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Von Zeeks. I am going to have to testify! Juror number 4, as I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today. Witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware. Oh, dearie me! So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garrett. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here, in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. Witness, state your name and occupation. Your real one, preferably. Oh, yes. My name is Joan Gerdeb. And well, I'm a juror, and such like. Sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore. The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam? Yes, my lord! You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth. Oh, dearie me! Shut up, Jody! Nothing to worry about now! Oh. Oh, I didn't know you were here, John! Aww. Was it only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you? But what about your knee, dear? Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John!
I presume you are Mr. John Garrett? Yes, sir! Former Second Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland
Okay, I was doing good until that.
Yes, sir! Former Second Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th North... Yes, sir! Former Second Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland... Facility. Okay. Let me see if I can get through this now. Yes, sir! Former Second Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir! Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were. But yeah, thanks for the pronunciation of that last word, Soup. The quiet life. Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? Oh, I'm sure you've seen much worse. Oh, well, yes. Quite. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the night of the incident in question. At the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once!
Okay, here we go. The Battle of the Battle of Garrett.
Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a little bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. I can. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out though and got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could, find whatever I could find to throw at him.
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I noticed if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. If that boiler thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think. He's still not wrong. It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems. The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. I had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment.
You can do it, Luna. You're on the last witnesses. Thanks, Soup.
Okay. Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here? Hard to tell at this point. Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife. In combat, one's focus knows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. Van Zeeks may well be right.
Well, whatever the chances. We only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, I'm afraid so. Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination.
I want to check something before I do that. Oh, yeah, I forgot about this missing part. Let's see. That's the only thing that's odd about it is the tip of it being broken off. Luna wasting no time observing relevant evidence. Yep, so I'll just have to see how it plays into it.
Again, I can.
Hold it!
The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe.
Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garrideb.
A rather passionate note, in fact. Because he read a book. But Mrs. Garrideb found the note, discovering her husband's little secret.
And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across his face for it, too.
Except it wasn't... Poor Jack Sparrow. What a sordid state of affairs. Hell on earth. I say! When a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency not to track it all up. Yeah, sorry, we're in court. And besides, half of it was wide of the mark anyway. Oh, goodness.
A likely story.
These waters run very deep. And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face?
Hold it!
And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it? The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. Just so happens there was some bath water around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out. A most precarious situation you put yourself in. Oh, it's a 3-story townhouse on the west side of those streets, where the water main isn't connected yet. I have to draw water from a public water pump during the day if you need any, you see.
The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although, that little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe.
That was a thing back then? So, not that it matters for the purpose of Mr. Natsume, but do you think he was really flirting with another woman? I honestly don't. But I guess if he was... he was, it'll come to light. But no, I don't think he was. The defendant, Mr. Natsume, you mean?
Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off.
Oh yeah, sure. If he was that well off, he wouldn't be living in a small room with no windows. Their wedding picture alone suggests he's not likely to find anyone else to his taste. Right. Have you actually seen the state of the man? Exactly.
I believe he uses all of his income to buy books.
Well, anyway, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough.
Meanwhile...
Hold it!
Even though the room was on fire.
As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. That is most certainly not true of a Susato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo.
Are you sure about that? How did she know I was thinking that? So, please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day?
In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge and a napkin.
Wait, what?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, sir? Mr. Garadeb! Huh? Hey! Don't shoot! Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind? Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker I seem to recall. Yikes. Yeah, I feel like that last thing could have easily ended up being our weapon and our murder weapon instead. Except if that had happened, she actually probably would have died. Anyway. Ouch. The woman's name is uncanny. She has... oh gosh, we're doing this again. Good grief, woman, we're not at home now. There's a court of law. Let me read what that said. And the woman's name is uncanny. She landed a direct hit with every volley. For real, DV is no joke. DV? I'm trying to figure out what that means, but I'm drawing a blank right now. Oh dear me! I'm so sorry, dear! What's she even doing with a teapot in here? She's had the whole time, why are you just now asking? Honestly, John, I never would have thrown such things at you, obviously! Well, he seems to remember otherwise. Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened, huh? Wait, she's the... Wait, that's the reason your pipe is... bandaged up now? Your pipe, sir? Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. I knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles. She knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. When I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage. I see. Your pipe was broken. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I managed to bandage this thing up for now. Probably can't be used to smoke anymore, though. Ah, you're the one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? Wonder what we should make of this account. It could be important? The defense believes Mr. Garadeb's remarks just now to be of great significance.
Objection!
What? The sworn veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife, and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony. Indeed. Common sense, one might say. Might one?
In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Well, I don't see why not.
Oh dear me, there you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady.
Oh boy. Very well. The court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence.
The pipe has been entered into the court record. Mr. Garadeb's pipe. Apparently it fell to the floor during a domestic dispute he had with his wife and broke. Okay. Okay, let's go and check down that.
Hello! What do we have here? Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there.
Yes, I saw it. Something's stuck in there, I think.
Let's turn it over and give it a shake. Well, what's this?
It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something.
The tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be.
Fragment of metal. The small piece of metal looks like it might be the tip of a knife blade. It was stuck inside the bowl of Mr. Garrid's pipe.
I have to wonder how he didn't notice that. Anyway.
I hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down.
Oh no, it's fine. If anything, you probably helped us crack this thing wide open. Thanks to Sato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. Already did! Well, thank you for that. Rebuttal, Mr. Garrideb. Now, if we could return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim? Okay, let me read the last statement. That bully thing.
Objection!
Mr. Garrideb, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please? You can ask, but I can't see a bully thing. Okay. You can't? You used to call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the regiment, of course, but that was some time ago now. Oh, and how... Even when I'm trying to... Well, that does explain why he didn't notice it inside his pipe, then. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest.
Oh, he does. Dearie me, it's rather wearing being asked about every other letter and every other word.
You must be very dizzy. What is that? A tiny scrap of metal. Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear to at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garrideb's pipe. My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case?
Take that!
This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing. A combination with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones. And what of this particular knife? No doubt this tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim. Really?!
Objection!
No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular nice blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garrett's pipe. Ah! Oh! Good grief, Lord Van Zeeks! Wow, we actually got him. I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. Good golly gosh! I just now noticed that, Joan is sitting on, is having to stand on a crate. Anyway, order! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? Really? We're still going on about that? This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle? So Van Zeeks has figured it out, has he? Counsel! Explain this extraordinary coincidence at once! Real evidence is a stake through the heart of Van Zeek's case. Yup. Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garrett's pipe?
Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony.
I was thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh dear.
Oh, dear me!
During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garrett flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garredeb, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course. Good lord! Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garredeb's pipe. The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1! And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garredeb's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below.
Oh gosh, oh dear, oh! No!
Objection!
Now what? A full-bodied theory, I'll give you that. A complex bouquet of semi-trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost possible vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Japanese approach to bottling this argument. Sorry? But after all, it is just a theory. The bottle I fear is corked. Because you see, it's spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency. An insurmountable... What?! Lord Von Zeeks, explain yourself! What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with the knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes, in her... That's right! Oh gosh, dang it. That's right, you silly little man! Now, Joan, old thing, what are you getting so excited about? Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above. There's no possible way it could have been planted itself into the victim's back. Actually, there is. Order! Order! Quite right! You see, that's exactly right! If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head! Yeah, maybe that's lucky. Maybe you lucked out that it didn't. Because she definitely would have been dead then. Interview the parent! Well,
He's lost for words, look. I knew it. I never liked his theory in the first place.
I don't know though, what really did happen. It would appear the defense has made a rather spectacular blunder. If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history. We were so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency. Or in other words,
we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency, and the theory will stand.
Miss Susato,
You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there.
seems you have nothing to say, my nice friend. Okay, let me see what that might be. A book entitled The Lion's Pride that was in the victim's hand when Mrs. Beat first ran over to see what had happened. Okay. It seems you have nothing to say, my nice friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed.
Objection!
Wanna look up while you're saying that, please? This is consistency. Doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes. If a knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? Counsel? There is a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer. Goodness! Utter madness! Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak. This is the last inconsistency, the final piece in the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is...
Take that!
This, the fourth book found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. The burnt book. Is that not Mr. Gyarados' book? Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But as we all now know, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that. Quite so. As part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road. That's true. However, as part of his testimony, Constable Beach made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. In other words, the victim had already picked the book up of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so! After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? By Jingo! I think I begin to see what may have happened now.
Oh, dear me!
We know that the book fell from the top floors of the Gardner household onto the pavement below. At precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, at exactly that moment. The young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her.
The book I threw!
Yes, Miss Scaredeb. And what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement?
Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down and picked the book up.
Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book.
Oh, heavens!
And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, the next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at that same time, walking by chance directly behind Mrs. Green, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Well, I never! It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above.
Huh?
And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that had culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb?
The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that.
There, old bean.
Poor Mrs. Garadeb. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book. And I threw the knife as well. John, dear.
It's alright, I know.
I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry!
Aww. Oh my goodness. Oh. Well, it was still a nice gesture. Lord Von Zeeks, what news of Mrs. Garrett? She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events had left her in an especially flustered state. Sorry, that was the wrong accent. She's been taken to the infirmary, so it appears that today's events had left her in an unexpectedly flustered state. I'd be more worried about Mr. I'd be more worried about John. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There's no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to them, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her.
How wonderful! The woman is out of danger, it seems.
Yes, that is good news. So, Mr. Mr. Soseki Natsume?
Hopefully they'll just have to pay a fine since she lived and it clearly wasn't intentional. Yeah, let's hope so.
Yes! On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. No, it is me who should be begging your pardon.
Oh no, Mr. Natsume.
That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead.
Yes, Constable Beats said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too.
I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me. Poor Sosuke-san. His imagination really has got the better of him.
Yes, poor man.
So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police! Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry. One could say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by this spirit and led to false conclusions. But, thanks to Lord Von Zeeks and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Oh. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As the foreman of this jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion.
I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times.
Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure. Sit in for the old bean while she's out of action, you know. But I know what her decision would be. I'm surprised you're not in the hospital, actually. Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time! I say, I'll have a cork of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman!
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Very well, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Gosh dang it. Very well, Mr. Soseki Natsume. I hereby pronounce you not guilty. I guess I should be satisfied that I only had trouble with one part. At least I think. If it was more than one, someone can remind me. And finally, Mr. Natsume. Oh, yes, Lord, sir. You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. I'm sure it will be nothing but smooth sailing for Mr. Soseki from this point on. And may you never again be brought before me. Oh yes, sir, of course. All my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again! I'm transported to tears! Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned. History buffs give the I just met Excalibur face from Soul Eater. February 20th, 3:17 p.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Oh, locum! Wait, you mean me? Of course! Is there another locum here? Is there even one?
Compared to the original locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become quite rather short, hasn't it?
What's wrong with using my actual name? Oh, at last! I'm free! I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant jubilation! Until fairly recently, he was on Japan's money. That's how important he is to their culture. Oh, okay. Hearty, hearty happiness! Hurrah!
Oh, I am pleased. My Natsume, Mr. Natsume is delighted.
Would it be so hard just to say that then? Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink! Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now. No, no, no! Not that! Lovely, loyal locum lawyer! Yes? I mean, as I said before, I have just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners, I see towering brick buildings, and from high up windows, I see them looking down on me laughing. Look at that little hunchback.
Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume.
But today Nay, you locum lawyer gave me my gloom to boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench, all before all those babbling British. One of his stories, many of his stories are read in Japanese classes to this day. One of his stories is directly referenced in Maison Ikoku. Oh, okay. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best barrister ever born!" Well, that was very flattering, and we're very pleased for you. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan. An anecdote? Is that what's to become of all my hard work? Oh, there you are, my dear fellows. Called it. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you.
I see I am here, not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say.
Oh!
The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck. Specifically his most famous story, Kokoro. Oh, okay. Well, that explains the title of this chapter, then. Yeah, but about you, Mr. Sholmes. It's just finished. What? No! Then my haste was in vain? Oh! It's you! Herlock Sholmes! Oh, have we met, sir?
This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters had taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light. Charming. This is all your fault, Herlock Sholmes! You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal! I'm going to give you a piece of my mind! My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Had she been taken to a hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh? To be fair, all he did was track somebody who fled the scene of the crime. Yeah, that's fair. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. How long are you going to stay in that pose? Okay, there we go. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Priceless. Oh, I'm so sorry, really, but I can never tell if Hairlock is kind of stupid or just really good at playing stupid. Yeah, that is a tough call. That was quite priceless. Poor Sosuke-san. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And, it would seem, you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume?
Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and no, by the Reaper! Oh crap, yeah. That would be a concern. Ah, Lord Von Zeeks. I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed!
It will be alright, Mr. Natsume. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Hiya! where the perfectly executes Zato takedown.
Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Mrs. Otto. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan? Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon.
Oh!
It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I've visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it's my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it.
That's very touching, Mr. Natsume.
Or, in perhaps less fair terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse. That's not it at all! The more I learn of literature, the more the strange feeling claws on my insides. I felt compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own. Oh, I see. A work of literature by Soseki-san could be an interesting read. And what about Miss Susato and yourself, Miss Naruhodo? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustache compatriot? Why would we?
A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet.
And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us.
I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted.
Well then! You could take my lodgings! Oh, the windowless room? Oh, but what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for with a floor, ceiling, and walls. Great. And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit!
Oh my, an evil spirit?
Oh yes. It tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call! We'll think about it, if that's alright.
Super successful. Super successful stream. Yeah, okay, thanks.
Soup, like I said, I messed up that one time, but... Seriously! Okay, I hope you meant seriously. Perhaps I could offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me?
Really?
Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it is up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? Making the poses is fun. I wish I could show you. Yeah, I'm sure they are. I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is clearing the room as we speak. You must come home at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of. I wonder if she's similar to the landlady in Moriarty the Patriot. Powerful poses possess prestige! But yeah, again, thanks for what you said about the stream, because like I said, I messed up that one time, but I'm kind of satisfied that that's the only time I messed up. And again, if it was more than one time, feel free to correct me, but I feel like it was. At least for tonight. I might have messed up the previous time. Anyway, you must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of.
Oh, this is simply wonderful! What an honor to be invited to taking lodgings in the great detective's office's attic. I'm too overcome for words.
So, suggesting we look elsewhere is out then. Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes. Technically, Renosuke is the luggage. True. That's true.
Wonderful! Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long.
Somebody's happy. Welcome. I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you, too. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But welcome! We'll meet again one day! Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author. Well, obviously that's going to come true. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. There are translated anthologies of his work. I would recommend seeking them out. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Thanks. Shall we go, Mr. Nahodo? Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I've little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. I hope you're right. And so, with Sosuke-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. Okay, this isn't too bad. I don't know, maybe I'm just easy to please, but... Anyway, February 20th, 4:41 p.m., the attic room. So this...
It's to be our new office, yes.
Our office? I rather like the sound of that.
Me too! It's simply wonderful, isn't it?
I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step. But I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Oh! Okay, not gonna lie, I kinda like how he looks now that I've seen him without the hat and coat. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, yes, thank you so much.
It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it.
Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you.
I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner.
Oh no, he's hot! Yeah, I guess so.
We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. Alright then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid!
So, Mr. Nahodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry?
London is a glorious place full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights cast the darkest of shadows.
Shadows? What do you mean?
Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So, once again, Miss Nahodo. Welcome to London.
Wow, and you actually look so serious there, too. Of course, at the time, I had no idea the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it.
Okay, and that's the end of this chapter. Trophy earned, landed in London. For completion of episode 4 of the Great Ace Attorney the Great Ace Attorney Adventures from its opening chapter. Alright, and this is where we're going in the stream for tonight, so hope you all enjoyed tonight's stream. As always, you can follow my YouTube channel link below to see my past streams, as well as my Twitter account to be notified when I go live or for other announcements. And we'll be starting episode 5, The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. Okay, anyway, so again, hope you enjoyed tonight's stream, and hopefully I'll be back tomorrow night to continue playing Star Ocean First Departure R. So I'll see you then, and if you'll stick around, I will be dropping a host. Let's see, who we're going to host tonight. Have a nice night, Luna. Yeah, thanks. You too, Soup. Definitely need to rest my voice after all that. Sheesh. Let's see. Who to host, who to host. Let's host Luna Topaz. Says software and game development, so I don't know what she's up to tonight. So yeah, but yeah, I hope you'll stick around for that, and I hope you all have a great night, and I'll see you tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Bye.